Testing, 1, 2, 3. Hello? For some odd reason I can't hear myself. Oh, there now. Muting first.
This one's tough! Demon Fang! I'll take you all on!
Another incantation ruined!
Demon Fang!
Here I go!
That buzzing is driving me mad! Now let loose!
Pesky airborne scoundrels!
Sounds like a job for you, truly!
Now you see what I can do!
Demon! We've turned the tables on us!
There are still more left!
Right! No time to hold back! You're on! You're mine! Demon Fang! It's on! Demon Fang! You picked the wrong fight!
I'm ready!
Await astral energy!
Say no more! Shut!
Well done!
Demon Fang! Demon Fang!
Where are you going? I can do this.
Demon Fang! I'm ready! Kisara! Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone!
I can feel my power growing!
You got company!
Grant me the strength!
Demon Fang! You're mine!
Without a trace! Ready to go! Raging cascade! Insects should stay on the ground.
Heal my weakened companion!
Kill! Sleep now!
We got flyers!
I've got this! Let a marksman handle it!
Coming through! Ha! Melt! Scarlet Inferno!
We'll soon see about that!
Shield from calamity! I can carve through armor!
Demon Fang! Burn in hell!
In a bind?
This is bad, right?
Yes, Alphen. Very bad.
I don't feel so good.
Heal my wearied companion!
Seal, our next breakthrough!
Being interrupted! Demon
Not
light!
in your dreams! Radiant Pierce! This one's
Shine.
mine!
Radiant
Demon Fang!
Enough of this! One more time!
Hold nothing back!
Hairs is free from
Demon Fang!
Illuminate the dark!
Let us
Come
take
on!
it
We
Now!
turn the tables on us.
There are still more left!
Ignite! Right! No time to hold back!
Heaven and earth! Awaken the awakening! Divine!
I'll burn it all! Flaming pillar! Fire!
Radiant Pierce!
Still!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Benediction light! Heal!
Benediction light!
Heal!
Pieces! Attack time!
Infernal turret!
I'll be saving this one! Lunar corruption!
Time to let it rip! This should do it!
Elusive deity! Tornado drive!
Holy land of power of flame!
Elusive deity!
Without a trace!
Tornado drive! Elusive deity! Tornado drive!
Divine! Dance into it!
Still!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
I must keep striving. You can ease off yourself.
Pot calls the kettle black. Good advice for all of us, to be honest. This won't be easy. Don't be such a pessimist.
You picked the wrong fight!
Fall into thine own depth! This one's mine! These things really get on my nerves. Raging by the power of flame! I never blink!
Free! What can they just sit still?
Sion, can you take care of them?
Astral energy!
Say no more! Shot!
Well done!
Here I come! Demon Fang! We did it!
As impressive as always.
Here I hope that wasn't stupid.
No, I mean, you're even better than ever.
thought you were going
I've
to
never
wreck
seen Sion actually
I'm
look
not nearly
flustered.
finished yet. Then I'll provide assistance however I can.
Air thrust! I think I'm getting stronger. Bad feeling about this.
I've been hit with something!
So even Masochist has his limit.
Not feeling so great. Is this what real pain feels like?
I couldn't make it in time. This death shall not be from beyond.
Great
you
fear.
vanquish,
Here's
take
evil.
this!
Raging sword! Art expert coming through! Searing flame! All disasters made one! Come forth and healings of purity! By the power of Maelstrom! Too much to handle? They're all coming after me!
I'm coming, Manuel!
I'm not scared. I'm totally fine.
I don't know what I'd do without you.
Perhaps now isn't the time?
I really don't.
Burn it up! Demon Fang!
Being interrupted.
In an instant! Impact block! We work well together.
Like a finely timed waltz.
Hold on to your art. Here I
Demon
come.
Fang!
Sleep now. Annihilation by the power of flame. Finish the sword. Holy land. Too much to handle.
Demon Fang!
A chain between heaven and earth. Now you see what I can do. Divine shattering stream.
You require
The waters of
bloody howling.
Now. Astral energy.
Say no more! Shot!
Well done.
Demon Fang!
Thanks. Regenerate.
We won.
This one will be difficult to predict.
Demon Fang! Ignite! Now I can let loose! Demon
No
Fang!
further!
Excited. You're mine.
You're mine!
Do it.
Live up!
Astral energy.
Say no more! Shot!
Well done.
Demon Fang!
Flying free!
Sion, can you take care of them?
No sooner said than done.
Only the best materials in your garments.
You really do have quite the discerning eye, Dohalim.
This one will be difficult to predict.
Eat dirt! Sharpness!
Thanks.
Lunar corruption!
Demon Fang!
Gemini awkward!
Our arts are being interrupted.
I never miss! Here goes!
Peculiar taste.
Here I go.
Raging storm! Healing... I can't heal you forever!
An astral art?
There! That's my shield!
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
I'll heal you all! Shattering of light! Rain down! Purify all into the flame!
Here I come!
Power of flame! Venus without a flame! Into the wind!
Listen, looking. Good. I have no limit. I'm gonna need more than that.
By the power of flame!
Double Demon
Without a
Fang!
trace!
There!
Elusive deity!
Double Demon Fang! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Lightning!
This one's mine!
It's here! Flame of fury! Blaze of spear!
I'm ready! Chill!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished! They've really got us on the ropes.
Don't forget to heal your wounds. We've reached our destination.
I must admit, I'm rather proud of this dish.
Wow, that's some weird-looking meat you're cooking up there. What is it exactly?
That would be grilled rapig.
What?
Whoa there! What's the big brouhaha?
It's Rapig! How could you cook something with such cute little eyes? What did it ever do to you?
I fail to see what the problem is. Rapigs are perfectly edible creatures. Having said that, I do realize it's become rather rare to eat them lately. What with people increasingly embracing them as pets and companions.
They definitely didn't fall out of fashion to eat because of their flavor, that's for sure.
Agreed. Rapigs have tender, fatty meat. The taste can take some getting used to, but I would argue that's part of its charm.
If the taste is too strong, I imagine you can either just cook it thoroughly or simmer it with some herbs to mask it.
Indeed. At first I wasn't sure whether to smoke it with spices or simmer it in water, but I opted to grill it as is instead.
Seriously, Dohalim? You have the weirdest tastes.
That's probably because when you live the life of a lord, you grow tired of most ordinary cuisine.
So you end up seeking out more unusual food. I don't know if that's good or bad.
Well, putting aside what it used to be, you've got to admit it does look pretty damn good. Meat is meat, after all.
That reminds me. I do believe I once read in a book about rare delicacies, how one can go about preparing an owl.
Huh?
I suppose I won't have the chance to try it anytime soon.
Not with Hoodle, you won't!
Shion, could we talk a moment?
I'm looking forward to breakfast. Did you get enough sleep?
Well, if it ain't the Blazing Sword and his merry crew.
Mahavar? I can't believe you're still alive.
Course I am. If you landlubbers can make it out of that sinking ship alive, ain't no reason an old sea dog like me wouldn't too.
Yeah, but that wave hit hard. I'm glad to see you're okay. Sorry we put you in so much danger back there.
All water under the bridge at this point. You helped make one of my life's dreams come true. The ship, on the other hand, she took a bit of a beating, though, I'll admit.
Really? What happened to it? It looks fine to me on the outside.
She's fine now, but she was in rough shape when I made it back here. Engine chamber gave up the ghost. Without a lot of options, I decided to talk to the head honcho of the Dark Wings and see if he could help at all. And wouldn't you know it, Crazy Fool sent over Renan engineers to help. Can you believe it?
Renan?
Yep. Said they came from Menancia. They were real professionals. Did what they needed to and didn't give me guff or anything. I was damn near floored.
So they did the work themselves. Good on them.
Well, they did a bang-up job, because she's better than ever now. Speaking of which, I take it she's why you're here?
Yes. We need to get out on the ocean, and fast. When can we set sail?
Give the man a minute to think it over, Alphen. He hasn't even said yes yet.
It's all right, little lady. I'm a man of the sea. I'll gladly help. Hop aboard, folks.
This thing already looked plenty huge from afar. Seeing it up close makes it really hit home.
I didn't expect the journey to go so smoothly. I figured the Renans would send something to sink us.
Maybe they didn't think we had the nerve to come.
Somehow I kinda doubt that.
It's entirely possible they don't see us as a threat.
What do you mean?
That they think they're beyond our reach. Still, this structure is quite the unusual sight. Truth be told, never seen anything like it.
You're right. It doesn't look like the buildings on Lenegis at all. Or like any Renan structure for that matter.
It's weird. It doesn't feel like the kind of thing that has people inside either. Yeah, it's definitely something creepy. What the hell is it even made of?
I don't know. It's not mechanical or biological, but it's definitely alive in some way.
Shion?
I'm okay. It's nothing.
Well, what do we do now?
We have to stop this thing from siphoning off all of Dana's astral energy. That means finding the core and smashing it to bits.
Okay, but look at the size of it. I don't know if we'll find the core just wandering around.
Good point. Can anyone get a read on the astral energy around us? Any kind of a sign?
There's a rather enormous flow of energy moving directly upwards. If we wish to follow it, we'll have to do some climbing.
Rinwell?
Over there?
Hey, what's up with you?
Huh?
You okay? What happened?
I'm not sure. When I was reaching out to the astral energy, I thought I heard a voice.
A voice?
Yeah. I couldn't make out any words, but it sounded like it wanted me to come to it.
This seems like a trap, right?
It's not a trap.
How can you tell?
Listen, I don't know why, but when it spoke to me, I knew it wasn't hostile.
What do you think?
It could well be a trap. However, it's also our only real option short of wandering aimlessly about.
Let's trust Rinwell on this.
You sure?
Yeah.
It beats the alternative, I guess. What did I say? Sheesh, it's like walking on eggshells around here.
Sometimes you have to choose your words more carefully, Law.
Huh? Oh, right.
I see that the interior of the wedge is every bit as strange and unusual as the exterior. Intriguing.
If I didn't see it come from Lenegis, I wouldn't believe it was Renan. Just what's with this place?
Yeah, it's all twisty and lumpy. Whatever it's all for, I'm stumped.
I won't forgive you!
Fang!
Ray don't mind if I do!
You're mine! Demon Fang!
Denied!
Demon Fang!
Whatever you do, just stay away from the sword.
Now you see what I can do.
Can't get out of this!
You're mine!
Can't be
It's
stopped.
over! Not today!
All right, it's showtime. I never miss. Do it, Goku!
Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
Dance in the
Demon
wind.
Fang! You're
Feel
mine!
the
enemy wheels aren't
We'll see about that.
Chill!
This ends now.
Consider yourself finished!
That's some power you wield.
You're the one who did the heavy lifting.
And thus our strength yet grows.
Phew! What a rush!
Retreat if you know what's good for you.
Here I come! Demon Fang! The flame inside me is yours to be let free! Demon Fang! This one's gonna be tough!
This ends now.
Consider yourself finished!
They're surrounding us.
Demon Fang!
Raging
Here
storm.
I come! I'm ready! Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
This should come in handy when crafting weapons.
Retreat if you know what's good for you. Take this!
Come one, come all!
I'm expert. Annihilation, not in your dreams.
Demon Fang! Surely! In an instant! Impact Block! We work well together.
Like a finely timed waltz.
Rain down and purify all.
I need to be stronger.
This is all Dana's astral energy.
Are you saying the Renans are funneling it through here to send to Lenegis?
Sure looks like it. We have to put a stop to it.
Right, here goes! Demon Fang! Eat dirt! Demon Fang! Here I come! Not done! Demon Fang! Here I come! I'm ready!
This ends now.
Consider yourself finished! I've still got a ways to go! Gotta break through! Demon Fang!
Where are you going? Here goes the illuminate the dark.
It's over!
I can shatter any steel.
Demon Fang!
Technique.
We got fire!
I've got this.
I shall ensure you survive this.
Not today! All yours! Demon Fang!
This one's got your name on it.
Ashes to ashes. A merry distraction.
There's still more to go.
Demon Fang!
Looks like you came to my rescue again.
You need to be careful. With the blazing sword?
I'm in your debt. Small, but a victory nonetheless.
We have a long way yet to go. This seems strange. Like it should be among creatures you'd find in a forest.
Cut it out! I don't need to hear that. It's gotta be man-made, right?
Were it so, it would not be any easier to predict. Remain vigilant.
Alright, I
Demon Fang!
I never fit. Helix of Purity.
It's on! Demon Fang!
Rending you
Demon Fang! I'm ready! Small! Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
Illuminate the
Demon Fang!
Here
I go! You picked the wrong fight!
I'm
Now!
only getting
Demon Fang!
here. A wailing Dancy of Lightning.
Wow! Look what I just found.
Damn it! No choice! Demon
Don't
Fang!
mind if I do.
Shattering the pieces! Attack time! Now you see what I can do!
Your wings won't save you from me.
Demon Fang! Rising
Lightning
Wyvern!
Orb.
Pesky airborne scoundrel.
Demon Fang!
Sounds like a job for yours truly. Stars of light. Rain down.
The flame inside me yearns to be let free! I'm not done! Demon Fang! Not today! I'm not done! Demon Fang!
Astral energy.
Say no more!
Don't get careless.
Go no further.
Demon Fang! Demon Fang!
Now or never.
Can't get out of this!
It's like trying to keep up with a wolf.
Demon Fang!
Bathed in blood.
Demon Fang!
Flying free! Why did they just sit still?
Sia, can you take care of them?
No sooner said than done.
Demon Fang!
Easy and snarry to me.
Yeah, and cuddly to me!
Demon Fang!
Hold on to your heart. Here I come.
Nothing gets by me!
Burn in hell! Demon
Don't mind
Fang!
if I do.
Far enough! Armor won't save you!
Do it.
Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone!
All disaster grade 1. I'm only getting started. Do it. Astral energy.
Say no more!
Step back! This one's all law!
Look at that enemy. It's shining. Don't get careless.
Demon Fang!
Don't tell me!
Prepare to be free!
Can't get out of this!
I'll take you all on! Demon Fang! It's time! Ignite! Demon Fang!
Do it! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished! Demon Fang! Rising Wyvern! Mirage! It's over! Demon Fang!
Bloody howling!
I forgot what it meant when
My exploits are bearing fruit.
This looks nice and tough.
Ooh, they can still come after you even though you're picking stuff up. It's kind of creepy.
This will be a delicious piece of cake. Where are you going?
Escape! Demon Fang!
It's over.
Demon Fang!
Now I've seen everything.
Damn it! It's on! You're mine! We got flyers!
I've got this. Let's take it in the wind.
Do it! Demon Kisara! Commander of Heaven!
Probably why
Phoenix Cyclone.
technically
Radiant Pierce.
Demon Fang! You're mine!
Let's refrain from losing.
We got some good equipment!
I can't say its appearance is to my tastes, personally.
Oh, I think I might have to break.
Coming through!
Demon Fang!
Not on my watch. If it's in the sky, it's mine.
Begin!
Wind astral energy.
Off this! A spot of feet.
Demon Fang!
Mega ray.
Flame inside me! Yours to be let free! Demon Fang! You picked the wrong fight! Demon Fang!
Come down, holy glimmer, holy light. Looks like you got this one covered.
Demon
Leave the charges to me. Far enough. Rain down.
Here I come! Demon Fang!
Blackened blade!
Gravitas
Demon Fang!
Searing
Demon
flame.
Fang!
Dance in the wind.
Heal!
Air thrust. Searing flame. Reload.
Escape! Demon Fang! It's over! Demon Fang! You're ready! Demon Fang!
No further!
Oh,
The
sparkling
flame
stars
inside
of
me
light.
yearns
Rain
to be
down
let
and
free!
purify
Demon
light.
Fang! Not today!
Soaring blast!
Meteor
Demon
storm.
Fang!
I'll smash you!
A chain between heaven and earth. Searing flame.
The fluidity of your movements is simply incredible.
Where are you going?
Shine! Radiant light!
Astral energy.
Say no
I think
more!
he's at level 34, which is why it's kind of easier to defeat him. Since we're like close to level 39.
The astral energy was incredible!
Oh.
I gave it
39
everything I
and 40.
had.
We're pretty much good to go. Wish they had some armor on here though.
That enemy looks strong. I bet it'll be worth our while to fight.
This one will be difficult to predict.
No escape! Demon Fang! Cure! Thanks! Demon, the flame inside me yearns to be let... Be careful, everyone! This one isn't normal!
Now!
Totally! In an instant! Impact Claw! We work well together!
Like a finely timed waltz.
I'm not done! Rising Wyvern!
Reflect on that.
Mirage! This one's all mine!
Blade!
You picked the wrong fight! Demon Fang!
I'm ready!
Right. Astral energy.
Say no more!
Am I on a roll or what?
Well, look who's in a bright and shiny
Whoa.
mood.
Alrighty. Kinda think I should have went the other way, not this way, but we'll see. Oh, okay, cool. So I can pretty much go back to the entrance. That's dope.
We've sure climbed up a long way, haven't we?
Watch your step ahead. With no fencing in place, it would be quite hazardous to fall.
Oh my goodness.
Let's see what you've got.
Demon Fang!
Glacial spear. Piercing pain between heaven and
No
earth.
further!
Away.
Leave the agile ones to me.
Now you see what I can do!
Demon Fang!
Do it. Release the astral energy.
Say no more. Shot!
Well
Demon
done.
Fang!
Confiscated. By the power of water. Do it. This ends now.
Consider yourself finished.
I'm ready for the next battle.
They're baiting me pretty much.
Come and
They're all
face me.
listening to me further.
Demon Fang!
Glacial spear. Piercing raging flame. Get into the wind.
Bloody
We may look cute and stuff, but they're vicious. By the power of flame.
Freak! Why can't they just
I think I'm coming down to something
Can
great.
you take care of them?
No sooner said than done.
I'm ready! In an instant! Impact block! We work well together.
Like a finely timed waltz.
I'm ready! In an instant! Impact block! Demon Fang!
Pain between
Here I
heaven
come!
and earth.
Demon
The
Fang!
enemy wields arts too.
You'll soon see about that.
Damn it! Too fast!
Stand back.
Demon Fang!
I'll trip it up.
Demon
Take this!
Demon Fang!
Now.
You're wrong! Blow them away!
A comfortable win.
Ooh. Well, this actually might not be as strong. Oh, wow, shocking. It is.
This looks nice and tough.
This look kinda alien-ish. Yeah? Oh, freak. Wow.
This might.
Ooh.
Be some decent equipment.
Anything that makes battles easier is okay by me.
Might get a little loud. I just want to make sure you guys can hear me.
Hi, Hoodle!
Demon
We're
Fang!
getting started! Wait now!
Not today!
Lunar corruption!
Demon Fang!
Gemini! I'm still
I have to mute it a lot because of
weak
the
by the power of Predator Stream!
Rending you apart!
The fluidity of your movement is simply incredible.
Try harder!
If it's in the sky, it's mine!
Demon Fang! Not today!
Lightning the dagger!
Demon Fang!
Thunder Bed! Illuminate the dark! Come forth! Holy Glimmer!
Ah!
There you go! Don't let up!
No
Another thing that sucks is I don't know how to use this special.
Try
Dance in the wind! Let me help! Light after lightning! Thunder!
Coming
I don't know how to
through!
use it.
Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Here's a healing! Stay!
Demon Fang!
Shattering!
Demon Fang!
Now!
Zilla!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Here, let me
Demon
help!
Fang! The flame inside me yearns to be let free!
Thunder Field!
Demon Fang!
Lunar corruption! Dance in the wind!
Demon Fang!
Air power of flame!
Armor won't save you!
Seismic Rupture!
Tempest! Catapult!
You're mine!
It looks like you got it!
Demon Fang!
Will this help? All disasters
Demon Lash.
made one. Ready to go! I owe you, Tion. Healing is what my arts do best.
Demon Fang!
All mine can do is cause havoc. This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
We can really make weapons with this?
Retreat if you know what's good for you.
All disasters made one. Healing security!
Demon Fang!
Where are you going?
In a bind?
Surrounding us!
Here I come! Demon Fang!
Now! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Hear me!
Demon Fang!
Supernova! Here's the
Demon Fang!
Anything in order!
Stand back. I'll trip it up.
Finish it!
A wailing banshee of lightning!
Looks like we got them all.
Lightning carved through armor! Demon Fang!
In here!
Demon Fang!
Hold on to your arm.
Try harder! Demon Fang!
Raging Cascade! Now,
Feel my weary companion!
Glacial Spear! Here's evil!
Hold nothing back!
Shining Supernova! Up and at
Demon
'em! Let's
Fang!
go!
Demon Fang! Not today!
Easily be fatal.
Just as well, I'm here to stop it.
Burning Sun! Raging
It's over!
Cascade!
Demon Fang!
Searing Flame!
Rising Watch!
This one's mine! This one's mine!
Sword Rain Alpha! Demon Fang!
Radiant Light! Here! Raging Storm! I'm out of ammo! A chain between heaven and earth! Annihilation! A wailing battle of lightning! In here!
Demon Fang! It's too much! Soaring Blast!
King Orb!
Ah!
Up and at 'em! Let's go!
More than that.
Here! Flame of Fury!
Here I go.
Requires complete focus!
Far enough!
Glacial Spear! Here's the lightning and done! Thunderblade!
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
A chain between heaven and
This
earth!
one's mine!
A wailing battle of lightning!
Demon Fang!
With the skater!
Demon Fang! Prepare to be seen! Demon Fang!
Explosion!
No further! Demon
Now!
Fang! Long! Look sharp! Lightning Thunderblade!
Here are disasters made
Demon
one!
Fang!
Come forth, a helix of purity!
The flame inside me yearns to be let free! Demon
Lunar
Fang!
corruption! Lunar breath!
Ah! Ignite! Demon Fang!
Lightning
Take
orb!
this!
Raging
Take this!
cascade! The marksman!
Demon Fang!
Now! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Quite necessary when creating weaponry.
Here?
It's here?
Yes. All the energy flowing through the wedge comes together and collects here.
Is that thing a Zoogle? Holy crap, it's huge!
A central core and a guardian?
Once we beat that thing, it'll stop the wedge from taking in any more astral energy, right?
It seems we're in for a fight regardless.
Here it comes.
Stay sharp, everyone!
Is there no end to what the Renans can cook up?
I don't know if that's a machine or what, but I do know it's pissing me off!
Watch yourself. There is no knowing what it is capable of.
Any other wisdom you want to pass along?
Demon Fang!
Bloody hell!
Demon Fang!
You're my own!
This one's all mine! Not today! Demon Fang! Demon Fang!
Bloody holiday! Anything in armor is all mine! Resonate with the earth! I can carve through armor! Stalagmite!
A wailing beauty of lightning! Freeze Lancer!
It's time! Bloody
Excellent technique. How is your weapon? That's not to give me any ideas.
As impressive as always.
Here I hope there wasn't three.
No, I mean, you're even better than ever.
I've never seen Xion actually look flustered.
blade.
Holy Land! A chain between heaven and
Inside
earth.
me yearns to be let
A
free.
wailing banshee of lightning!
Rending you apart. Ignite!
Dance in the wind!
Rising Wyvern! We've turned the tables on them.
There are still more left.
Right. No time to hold
The
back.
sky is
Miran!
chain between heaven and earth.
Rising Wyvern!
A wailing banshee of
Rising
lightning!
Wyvern! Miran!
Goodbye! Dance in the wind!
Demon shattering the
A chain between heaven and earth.
Miran!
A wailing banshee of lightning!
Execution!
Far enough! Divine savior!
Demon Fang!
Finish without a trace!
The flame inside me yearns to be let free.
Explosion! Hear me! Flaming fire! Burning strike!
Demon Fang! Resonate with the earth! Still I can't get out of this! You're my Demon Fang! Shine! Radiant light! Force of regeneration! Regenerate!
Between heaven and earth!
Allow me to help you.
A wailing banshee of
Rising
lightning!
Wyvern! They smite with lightning blade!
Enough ammo! I'm all chain between heaven and
Didn't think you
earth!
had it in you.
Focus. There'll be time to congratulate me later.
Nothing much I can say to that.
Demon Fang!
Glacial spear! Piercing
Ignite!
Eat now!
Chill!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Is it over?
What the hell is going on?
Grimwell! It's too dangerous! Stay back!
What's going on here? Rinwa, you okay?
Hey, are you crying?
I'm not the only one.
I heard it. Whatever it was, I heard it.
As did I. I'm not sure I'd call it a voice, but it was there.
What in the world just happened?
That was Dana's astral energy we just encountered. And I think what we heard might have been its voice?
You're saying astral energy has a mind of its own?
I haven't the slightest idea. But do you remember what happened when we fought Balseph back in Calaglia?
You mean when that fire monster came out of the spirit vessel?
Exactly. There was such a huge overflow of astral energy, it caused a monster to spawn and take physical form. Maybe the same thing happened here, just with way more astral energy and a bigger monster.
Does that mean if you gather enough astral energy, it can become sentient or take a physical form?
That's what I'm guessing, but it's just speculation. Master Cores are able to hold a lot more energy than a spirit vessel, but we still haven't seen anything like that happen in our dealings with them.
That being said, there may be a mechanism of sorts inside Master Cores and spirit vessels that prevents such reactions.
That fire monster. I remember how it only appeared after Balseph's spirit vessel broke.
Then the reason Rinwell was able to sense all that astral energy earlier must have been because it was too much for that Zoogle to contain by itself.
So, then where do you think the Zoogle went? All that energy and poof, it's gone. The Zoogle with it. Doesn't that sound weird to anyone?
Indeed it does. However, in order for us to move our hypothesis forward, we will need to gather more evidence first. On that note, how are you holding up, Rinwell?
I just can't work out why. Why the voice reached out to me first.
Rinwell?
I can't help but wonder if it's because of my heritage that I was the one to hear it. Sorry. That's a strange thing to think, isn't it? Anyway, we should get going, right? We need to make sure the energy flow has actually stopped.
Are we gonna have to take this winding path all the way back down, too?
Yeah, but if anything, it should be easier than the climb up.
Really? Well then.
Actually, I've heard it's easier to develop muscle aches when going down.
Seriously?
I never miss!
Demon Fang!
I shall ensure you survive this.
I'm not done! Demon Fang!
Let's get you off this way! Lunar corruption!
Prepare to be deceived.
Less talking, more doing. Do it! Now
Kisara! Commander of Heaven! Phoenix Cyclops!
dance in the wind!
Reflect on that. You can't lay a finger on me.
I prefer that.
What about you? Just watch and see. You're mine! I'm ready! Kisara! Commander of Heaven! Phoenix Cyclops!
Seems about right to me.
Guess I misread the landing.
See what you've got.
Demon Fang!
Stay calm. I shall provide assistance.
Mirage! Demon Fang!
Illuminate the reload!
Not a chance!
Ready to go! The chain between heaven and earth.
Demon Fang!
Away now! Finish! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Rage
Demon Fang!
Begin!
Any injuries?
Man, I'm famished.
It looks like that beam of light has stopped.
Then is it safe to say we've avoided oblivion for the time being?
I can still sense a faint glimmer of energy, though. It hasn't completely dispersed.
You can tell? Rinwell, your senses seem a lot sharper than before, don't they?
And you said you heard that voice, right?
I guess. Maybe. I don't know. I don't feel bad, though.
If trace amounts, however small, do remain, then it leaves us no choice. We must destroy the entire structure.
What do you suggest? We bring it down piece by piece?
Once that's done, what do we do then?
We go to Lenegis. Even if we could destroy the whole wedge like he suggested, it'd only buy us time. The fact they sent this thing down tells me they're not giving up this planet without a fight.
There's also the matter of the Renis Alma. Its circumstances still have yet to be truly resolved.
But how do we even get to Lenegis?
What if we hotwire one of their starships? There's gotta be one on the planet somewhere, right?
Starships are only seen on Dana at the start and end of the Crown Contest. Otherwise, they remain on Lenegis. Believe it or not, we Renans down here aren't quite as free to come and go as one might think.
Great. Well, I'm out of ideas then. We definitely don't have the tech to build a starship. And even if we found a Renin who'd help, who knows how long that'd take.
Yeah. Waiting for a starship to come down from Lenegis would probably be quicker than that.
Wait. Alphen, when you came down from Lenegis, it had to have been in a starship of your own, right?
Right. Oh, of course.
You can't be serious. That was 300 years ago. There's no way it's still gonna work.
But Alphen didn't wake up until a few years ago. That means it had to have still been functioning that whole time to keep his body preserved.
Indeed. You wouldn't happen to remember where you landed, would you?
My memories around where I parked are still a little hazy, but I do know that I woke up in Calaglia. So chances are it's still in the area. At least it's a place to start. Luckily, that realm's my old stomping ground, so I should be able to get us some help finding her.
This is it.
Yeah. As long as Lenegis stands there, there's no avoiding it.
So what's this help in Calaglia you're planning to enlist?
My buddy Nath. If anyone... Our first port of call is Ulzebek.
Back where you first started out.
Yeah, along with my dad.
You okay? You don't look so good.
I think I'm just a little seasick, that's all.
Liar.
Huh?
You heard me. You've never been good at hiding your emotions, Shion.
Excuse me? Just what do you... No. You're right. I'm sorry.
Is it about Alphen?
No. Not just him.
Something you can't talk about?
Rinwell, I'm not like the rest of you.
Of course you are! No, I'm serious. Back when we first met, I think maybe then I did think we were different. But now I know that isn't true. You and I are the same, Shion. We're alike in more ways than you know. If any of us is different, it's me. I'm a Danan who can use magic. I may be the last. My family and I have been living in hiding as long as I can remember.
Everyone has their own pain that can be hard for other people to understand. I saw the two of you talking and thought you could use a third wheel. So, here I am. Sorry.
If anyone's the odd one out here, it's me. Believe me, you don't want to listen to my problems.
Want me to go?
I didn't say that.
I get that you must have a lot circling around that head of yours. And that's okay. Whatever's worrying you right now, you're allowed to worry about it. And you don't have to talk about it if you don't want to. I know I'm not a Renin like you, or a mage like Rinwell.
I'm not a sovereign, maiden, or lord. I'm just a Dahnan who used to be a slave.
But regardless of all that, I'm here for you, Shionne.
That goes for me too. We all want to be there for you. Me and Hootle and even the boys. I promise. I mean, that is what friends are supposed to do, right?
I said this to Alphen, and now I'll say it to you. You're not alone in this.
Thank you. Rinwell. Kisara.
And right on cue, I think I should make my way back and lie down for a bit. My battle with this ship continues.
Yeah, I better head back too. We wouldn't want the guys thinking they're in charge. Can you imagine Law at the helm? Who knows what kind of trouble we'd get into?
Still, if that's true, then it's all the more reason I have to do this.
Aw, are you tired, Hootle?
You sure he's not just trying to hide from us?
Looks like we made it here in one piece. I've got to be ready to fish on a moment's notice under any circumstances. Done. This is sure to give the others some much-needed energy.
What's wrong, Law?
Why do I gotta have a vitamin smoothie?
Because you've been eating nothing but meat lately. Your body needs vegetables to stay healthy.
Yeah, but does it have to be so concentrated?
It's better that way. Even if you hate vegetables, all you have to do is drink it. It's a quick and easy way to get more nutrients.
Like you're one to talk. You'll have anything as long as it's spicy.
Which that vitamin smoothie isn't. I know its taste leaves a little to be desired, but once you get used to it, it's not so bad.
This sludge isn't gonna make me less hungry.
I don't know. If you downed 10 of them, I bet you'd start feeling pretty full.
Are you trying to turn me into an herbivore or something?
If I were you, Law, I'd drink it down sooner rather than later. It's going to start tasting bitter if you let it get warm.
It's already bitter when it's cold.
Come on, Law. It's good for you. Quit complaining and drink it already.
Dohalim, care if I hang out for a while? You worried about what's going on with Menancia?
What makes you think that?
Well, you were speaking to Kisara earlier, weren't you?
It's rude to listen in on others, you know.
Sorry. I didn't hear what you two were actually talking about, though. I just figured it was Menancia since it was the two of you.
I am but a former lord who has abandoned his post. I'm no longer in a position to lead the realm in any capacity whatsoever. Yet Kisara still seeks out my opinions, knowing full well that is the case. This despite the fact I am no longer her master either.
Couldn't it be precisely because you're not her master anymore? It's natural for friends to want to hear each other's opinions.
I hadn't considered that possibility.
It's funny what you miss sometimes.
Hardly uncommon among artistic types such as myself. When lordships are decided based solely on one's astral energy, it can lead to funny results.
But even so, you still took your job as lord seriously, didn't you?
Certainly. I learned to perform my functions. However, I was less interested in ruling, so much as avoiding life and death decisions. Of course, such a mentality in the end led only to sickening pain and death taking place elsewhere out of sight. I pretended not to see or hear any of it, content to let our supposed peace and equality keep me blind and deaf to reality. I was a fool.
But you're making amends.
I would like to think so. The path ahead is dark, yet I still walk on. I merely pray that I shan't fall down any holes along the way. We'd best get ready for tomorrow. Shall we get moving?
What's that huge Zoogle?
No choice.
Primed and ready.
Eat this. Time to cross blade. Demon Fang.
Take this!
Please go for the weak point. Where are you going?
Mirage.
Charge like that could easily be fatal.
Just as well, I'm here to stop it.
Demon Fang.
Anything in armor is all mine!
You're finished.
All right, it's here goes.
Carve through!
Not on my watch.
Demon Fang. Try harder. Demon Fang. Take this.
Can't get out of this!
Demon Fang. You're mine. Demon Fang. You're finished. This one's all
Fluidity of
mine.
your movement is simply impeccable.
Not today. Demon Fang.
Begin!
Demon Fang.
Elusive deity!
I'll
Smash you! Everlasting dust!
You're finished.
I never miss.
Force of regeneration!
I'm in your death bed, Queen. Then tonight's meal is on you. You got it.
Demon Fang.
In a bind!
No escape. Demon Fang.
Right inside me! Yours! Resonate with the earth!
Demon Fang.
Thrilling
Do it! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished. Demon Fang.
Hold on to your arms. Here I come!
Elusive deity!
Demon Fang.
Rotating pile driver!
Holy
Shattering
pieces!
Watch yourself. Sense incredible power.
You've gotten surrounded! Radiant light! Armor force of regeneration!
Divide!
Demon Fang. Hold nothing back.
No dawn shall... Benediction light. Here! Another incantation ruined! Benediction light. Here!
No.
Benediction light. Heal! Benediction light. Instinct sharpened!
Burn.
Elusive deity!
Demon Fang.
Rotating pile driver!
I never miss! Razor cycle!
Demon Dawn.
Amazing!
Ignite.
Take this! I can carve through! Knock it into next week!
Here I go!
Demon Fang. Take it.
Flame!
Demon Fang.
Dance in the wind!
Demon
It looks like
Fang.
you got this one! Ready to go!
He's got him on the run.
Don't get caught!
Right. Still anyone's fight.
Watch yourself. Sense incredible power.
Ignite!
That move!
Here comes the big one!
Pieces!
Lightning!
Power surges through me.
Take it! Demon Fang! Try harder! Demon Fang!
Radiant light! Glacial spear!
Here you go! Don't let our healing arm!
Can't get out of this!
I don't know what I'd do without you.
Perhaps now isn't the time?
I really don't.
Demon Fang!
Here, I'm ready! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
One victory.
Ah, Calaglia. Feels like it's been ages.
And wasn't Zephyr with us too?
Dad.
Hey, chin up. This is your home.
Yeah! What?
Right. Freak.
Right.
Yeah!
Looks like we made it here in one piece.
I think there's someone in trouble here.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I wish I could get an examination.
Well, if you say so. No. Let me see, yes, you're in well, all right?
What?
Oh, just one thing after another, and it all falls on my head, too.
Hey, Nath.
What? Can't you see I'm... Alphen?
Looks like you have your hands full.
As much as ever. As if I wasn't busy enough putting down the last remnants of Renan rule, I'm up to my ears in Dahnan disputes. And then, to top it all off, that thing had to come crashing down from out of the sky.
Pretty sure we've heard this somewhere before.
But enough about my problems. What can I help you with?
Yeah, we're looking for an old Renan starship. You wouldn't happen to know any around these parts, would you?
A starship? What do you need one of those for?
To get to Lenegis.
Lenegis? Are you out of your damn mind?
Believe it or not, it wouldn't be the craziest thing we've done recently.
Oh, I believe it. Well, either way, I'm afraid I haven't heard anything about a starship.
Then do you have any historical records by chance?
Sure, we've got stacks of old records.
Mind if we take a look at them?
Yeah, okay.
Thanks, Nath.
I read through all of the records, but I only found a single line that might point to what we're looking for. It mentions a rock that shot across the sky and landed past the mountains. The event was recorded just before the first Renan invasion.
And you think that might be the starship?
I don't know. There was nothing else in the records that came even close. It looked like it was someplace called Berg, but maybe I'm reading it wrong.
Berg?
That ring any bells for you?
Yeah, that's one of the biggest volcanoes in Calaglia. I was just there recently, investigating a report of a meteor someone saw.
Another meteor in the same area? Really?
I wonder if it could have been one of those lights that shot out of the wedge.
All the more reason to check it out. Can you tell us how to get there?
The old Zion mine is up that way. One of the veins we abandoned connects to the volcano. Go ahead and use that. But you should be careful.
Huh?
I don't know if it has anything to do with the meteor, but there's a giant Zoogle running riot in there. Never seen anything like it.
A Zoogle, huh?
I turned back as soon as I caught sight of the thing, so I can't tell you much more. Just be real careful if you head out that way. All right. Right.
I didn't like the sound of that monster Nath was talking about one bit.
Well, we have to press on. We're going through Zion. Mine to Berg Volcano. Let's move.
It's quite hot here. The climate feels different from Menancius.
It's gotten much cooler since leaving town, though.
Does that mean eyes were burning holes in us?
Something feels odd here. Be on your guard.
So we're back in the Zion Mine tunnels. Who would have thought we'd be going through this place again? This is where you and I first fought together.
And also the first time we touched, as I recall.
Wait, really?
Yes, really.
So this path is supposed to take us out to Berg Volcano?
We're not gonna see any lava burst out in front of us or anything, are we?
Don't get so paranoid you let a rock fall on your head, Law. Ugh, so hot.
Well, yeah. We've reached the inner portion of Berg Volcano.
We need to find that starship, and fast!
Huh. You can make plants grow instantly? What if we use this for fruits and vegetables?
I'd rather not be our party's fertilizer. Thank you very much.
Out of our way!
Demon Fang! Full regeneration! Demon Fang! Burn in hell!
By the power of Islam!
Fang!
It's a duel of the arts!
I can handle it.
Demon Fang!
Flying free shot! Why can't they just sit still?
Sia, can you take care of them?
No sooner said than done!
You!
Shining Supernova! Here! Purge
Its armor is too strong!
Split it open! In
Be
here!
my guest!
Going together!
This one keeps charging us!
That's what my shield
These enemies aren't
Get
me!
behind me.
Got it!
No complaints here!
I owe you so much, Rinwell.
Maybe my arts do have a place in this world.
Sure. Tons of you.
Eat dirt! Here!
Demon Fang!
I never miss! This'll come in
In a
handy.
bind?
Demon Fang!
Take this!
Now!
Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone!
Small, but a victory nonetheless.
We have a long way yet to go.
My face is starting to sting. And my throat feels super parched.
Here, have some water. Just make sure you don't drink too much.
Thanks.
You want some too, Xion? Oh, wait. You're hungry more than anything, aren't you?
I'm fine, thank you very much.
Rising Wyvern!
I'll smash you!
Are those...
Waiting for a while to get the time to upload my voice. But guys, I'm pausing because I'm waiting for my youngest to get off the bus. I'm gonna mute them like that, just letting everybody know. So let's go ahead and continue.
Aim for the weak spot! Rising Wyvern!
I'll bash you there to defend you!
Glad you have your uses.
I'll show you how useful I can be!
Demon Fang!
This one's all
The enemy wields arts too.
Eat
We'll
dirt!
soon see about that.
Demon Fang!
I'll stop its charge!
Do it, Chikara!
Totally! In an instant! Impact block! We work well together.
Like a finely timed walk.
Demon Fang! We did it! Demon Fang!
Bloody holiday! Do it!
Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade! Demon Fang! Demon Fang! The flame inside me!
bloody howling!
I can feel my power growing!
Hey!
New equipment!
Guess I misread the landing.
This bridge will hold itself together, right?
Most definitely. Though I won't make any promises.
Which one is it?
Crazy to see rocks melt before our eyes.
Watch where you're going, everyone. If you fall, there will be nothing left of you.
Exactly. So don't try anything funny.
I didn't know you had that sort of trick up your sleeve, Dohalim. I would have figured rocks and plants would be too different for you to handle both.
Not... necessarily.
What the hell is that thing?
Probably that monster Nath warned us about, if I had to guess.
Do you think this might have been where one of those lights that shot out of the wedge landed?
But why this location? If the purpose of the wedge is to harvest Dana's astral energy.
We can figure that out later. If that thing gets into town, it's going to cause chaos. We need to take it down and move on.
Let's go!
This one's tough.
Alright guys, so for some odd reason, whenever I keep the stream paused for a long period of time, my stream just cuts off and ends. So if it ends, I will come back, but I gotta go wait by the door for my son because he should be getting off the bus soon. So again, I do apologize if the stream do cut off. I don't know why it does that, but it does. I'm gonna take this back once I start talking. Okay.
but we have no choice.
Let me know if you need healing.
Here it comes! Focus!
On your toes, everyone! I'm ready!
Suddenly turning tail doesn't seem so ridiculous.
Why? Are you scared?
Me? Are you?
Do you even have to ask? Of course I'm scared!
Focus up before we become that thing's lunch.
It's summoning Zoogle? Take care of them while keeping an eye on it!
Demon Fang!
In here! Lunar corruption! By the power of water!
Can't get out of this!
Demon Fang!
Here's a healing art! The waters of creation! Magic is
Demon Lance!
In here!
Eagle Ray!
Where are you going?
Demon Fang! Demon Fang!
Demon
This one's all mine! Demon Fang!
A charge like that could easily be fatal.
Just as well, I'm here to stop.
In here! Get on in there!
Demon Fang! Burn in hell! Demon Fang!
Lunar corruption!
I'm not done! Demon Fang! Demon Fang!
This is my
Here!
elusive deity!
I'll bring you back when this!
It's time!
Demon Fang! Here I come!
First aid! Crazy cooking!
Take this!
Demon Fang!
Get on
Seismic
there!
rupture! Elusive deity! Soaring blast!
We natural energy!
I'm ready! Totally! In an instant! Impact block! We work well together.
Like a finely timed
Demon
blow.
Fang!
Get in the wind and ready!
Take this!
Feel! By the power of
Elusive
water!
deity!
Where are you going?
Tornado drive!
Flaming thrust!
Elusive deity! Tornado drive! Can you take it?
It looks like you got this one covered.
Tornado drive!
Holy land! A chain between heaven and earth.
Lunar Rondo!
Hold on to your
Rising
arms.
Phoenix!
Here I come. Freeze Lancer! Illuminate the dark!
Not today!
No dawn shall break
Demon
this
Fang!
night!
Holy land! A chain between heaven and earth.
this.
Radiant light! A wave of the sea of lightning! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Here come more!
You'll just have to keep fighting.
An astral art?
That's my cue!
Can't get out of
Shut him
this!
down! Ruin escape!
corruption!
Demon
Do it!
Fang! Remove!
Astral energy!
Say no more! Got it!
Well done!
Milan!
Now you see what I can do!
Champion world!
Demon Fang!
Back into the fray!
Here I come! Ruin escape!
They're all coming after me!
I'm coming, Redwell!
I'm not scared! I'm totally fine! Annihilation! By the power of flame! A whirling
Demon Fang! We did it!
As impressive as always.
Here I hope there isn't food.
No, I mean, you're even better than ever.
I'm ready!
I've never seen Xion actually look flustered.
Demon Fang!
Rage cascade!
Demon Fang! Totally! In an instant! Impact block!
Ready and raring!
Reinforcements incoming! Not a problem!
You got company!
Demon Fang!
Prepare to be
Starting the wind!
shine!
Feel! Ready to go! More for the top! Glacial field! Here's the evil! Think again! Into the satellite! It's just a mark!
Demon Fang!
Chain between heaven and earth!
Burn in hell!
Hold on to your arms! Here I come! Don't mind if I
Here
do!
I go!
Raging cascade! Lunar corruption!
Demon Fang!
Gemini Aqua! Lightning orb! Annihilation!
Can't get out of this!
Banana! Let's go!
Amazing.
Hold on to your arms. Here I come.
You're my boy!
Now it's my turn.
Let's try harder!
Air thrust. Let the mark begin. This one's mine.
Not today! Demon Tank!
Raging storm.
The fluidity of your movement is simply incredible.
Demon Tank!
Allow me to help you. Take this!
Malevolation. Arctic waterfall.
Take this!
Freeze Lancer. I can do it all
See
day.
what I can do.
Demon Tank!
Spirit Blade. Reload.
You require a hand.
Raging cascade. In here. More of the stop pile.
Wide open!
It won't escape me.
I'll hear you.
I'm ready! Chill!
This ends now.
Consider yourself finished!
Raging cascade.
Demon Tank! Eat dirt! Demon Tank!
Take this!
Arctic waterfall.
Here I come!
I'm all
Demon
ready.
Tank! Ready! Chill!
This ends now.
Consider yourself finished!
A chain between
Demon
heaven and
Tank!
earth.
Excellent technique. How are your weapons holding up? Best not to give me any ideas.
Demon Tank!
Don't get carried away.
Eat dirt. It's about to strike.
Look sharp, everyone!
Everyone all right?
We won't surrender. We won't retreat. Not yet.
Whatever you do, just please stay safe.
Now I can let loose.
Thanks for the healing.
Watch yourself, okay?
Yeah. You
I'll
too.
handle it.
Alphen.
Watch and learn! That's enough! Go back down!
Everyone okay?
Yeah, I think so.
That thing scared the pants off me.
It felt like it had a different aura than other Zeugles, didn't it?
Yeah. It wasn't like the one that Almadria sicked on us either.
Its elemental astral energy variance was out of this world. It was like fighting a lord.
I guess it's safe to assume that if it came out of the wedge, it must have played some part in helping harvest astral energy. But what?
Perhaps a living spirit vessel? It's plausible, given the location. Or it may be part of a new force dispatched to regain control of Dana.
If we assume that monster was one of the 4 beams of light, we must have prevented something from taking place here.
I'd like to think so, knowing how much grief it gave us. But at least with that out of the way, we can keep moving forward now. Let's go.
My exploits are bearing fruit.
Hey, is that it over there?
I'm impressed how well balanced this thing is. Have you guys checked your equipment lately?
Alphen?
Did you remember something?
No, but I have seen this starship before. This is it. This is the ship I traveled in when I escaped from Lenegis.
Three centuries later, and it's no worse for wear. I'll take a look at the internals.
Damn! I'm amazed it still works at all after all this time.
The past meets the present. I really am from a different time and place.
Yeah, but you've got us now, Alphen.
Not only that, but you've helped out so many people, too.
Law's right. Rinwell too. You're one of us now. No more carrying the weight of history on your shoulders. You're a part of this world.
Right. Thanks, you guys.
How's it look?
It should fly. All internal systems seem to be operating. However, considering how long it's remained inactive, I suspect it will take some time before it's ready for takeoff.
How much time are we talking here?
Starship mechanics are not what I'd call my forte, so I'd rather not hazard a guess.
So we've just got to sit around here and wait? I'm terrible at waiting.
That's because you're a child. Oh, but how about we use this time to prepare and gather supplies for the trip?
Good idea. Who knows when we'll be back from Lenegis once we leave. We should prepare ourselves for every possible scenario before we go.
Let's try not to stay away too long. I'd hate for anything to happen to the place while we're gone.
Either we race ahead, or we take due precaution to ensure we have no regrets. I shall leave it up to you as to how we proceed, Alphen.
Works for me.
It's funny, isn't it?
What is?
All this. When we first started this thing, did you ever imagine we'd be going to Lenegis? After all, this is the sort of thing I was rebelling against when I ran away from home, right?
I'm sure Zephyr would be proud if he knew what his son was doing right now.
And a little shocked, too.
We're defying the order of things that have persisted for 300 years. Deep down, I knew our journey would lead to confronting Lenegis.
Yeah, you maybe, but you're a Renan. The rest of us can barely even picture what it means to leave Dana.
No offense to Shion and Dohalim, but it's worth remembering we're heading into enemy territory.
No offense taken, and this is no picnic for me either.
Remember, our aim is to ensure that both Lenegis and the Renan homeworld leave Dana alone for good. I don't think we'll be able to avoid a fight.
Is there no way we can talk them into leaving us alone?
The people of Lenegis?
Sure. I mean, we found a way to make it work with Shion and Dohalim, right? And it's not just us. If places like Menancia can do it, then why can't we?
Because there are still many of my kind who believe it was right and natural that Rena reigns over Dana. There are those on Lenegis who have never stepped foot on Dana. I doubt whether they'd even listen to Danans.
Look, none of us want to fight. But these are the same people who fired that wedge down on Dana. What happens next is on them.
Right. We're not going to sit back and wait for them to oppress us again.
Right.
Don't forget, there's also a good chance the Red Woman is somewhere on Lenegis. And wherever she is, we should find the Renaissance too.
That's right. If we can take it back, then Shion can finally get rid of her thorns. Shion?
Huh? Yeah.
Where? Shion? Where'd Shion go? How could she just go off on her own? Shion. Shion! It's your thorns? But why? You okay? Just now, it looked like you used your maiden powers to suppress your thorns. You can really do that?
Stay out of my way.
second. Are you planning to go alone?
Shut up!
Why would you do this?
I told you to shut up!
I won't let you.
I mean it.
I refuse to let you.
I won't tell you again. Move or I'll shoot.
If that's the case, then go ahead and shoot me!
Do you remember back when I was stabbed? By Volron?
Yeah. I thought for sure that he had killed you back there.
That wasn't the first time.
Huh?
The first time was when I was only a child. After that, no matter how often, I just couldn't die.
Couldn't die? So you're immortal? How's that even...
I believe you, Shionne. But tell me how... How is something like that possible?
My thorns. They're me, but at the same time not. They're part of me. I have no idea why, but my thorns will never let me die. At least not before I'm meant to.
You can't die before your death?
When my thorns free themselves, it will be my death. I've seen it. A darkness that swallows up everything until nothing remains. It's a vision of oblivion I can't escape. I want to believe it's all just a bad dream. But no matter what I tell myself, I know it's not.
Yeah, but you... Wait. The whole reason you needed the Renaissance was to get rid of your thorns, right?
If I burn away what's inside, then what will happen to the rest of me? Right. Either way you look at it, I'm going to die. But if I am going to die, I figure I can at least take my thorns out with me. That's what I've been after this whole time.
That's why you turned your back on your fellow Renans and chose to fight with us, isn't it? And while we've all been fighting to keep on living, you have been with us fighting desperately to die.
That was the plan. But then I met all of you. And before I knew it, I didn't want to die anymore.
Shionne, don't lose hope yet. We'll find a way to save you. There's still time to...
It's pointless.
Why?
Because the darkness won't just consume me. The truth is, it will consume all of existence as well. It was only a suspicion at first, but ever since the Red Woman triggered my maiden powers, I've been more certain than ever before. It was then that I finally came to realize my powers were holding my thorns in check the entire time. But they don't anymore. Not since Lenegis, when the wedge fell. Every day, I feel the Thorn's power growing stronger inside of me. Pretty soon, I won't be able to hold them back anymore. And when that happens...
They will consume all existence.
And that's why you wanted to leave by yourself. You planned to find the Renis Alma on your own, and sacrifice yourself to stop the Thorns.
But that's... too much. It's way too much.
When this all began, I didn't care what happened to me or anyone else. And what happened to the Renins or the Danans didn't matter to me at all. I know I have to die, but I don't want to. Not now that I have this. I wish we had never met. Then I wouldn't have to feel this way.
Shionne!
Alphen?
Only living for the sake of dying is no better than being a slave. How can you endure this?
Alphen.
It's not fair. I don't care what anybody says. I won't let it happen. We can fight this. We'll fight until the end together. Isn't that what you said to me before?
Even if it should mean that it'll be the end of everything else, too?
Shionne, what do you want? It's your decision, ultimately. But if you decide not to fight fate, I will. Even if I have to do it alone.
No, you won't be alone. I'll fight as well.
Count me in as well. I want to be a force for good, not hate.
And me too. I meant it with all of my heart when I told you before. Neither of you are alone in this at all.
You guys...
And I, for one, don't believe this venture is without hope.
Huh?
Shionne is the descendant of a maiden from 300 years ago. Given the circumstances, it seems very likely that those events have some connection to her thorns. The true nature of which, I imagine we will discover as we make our way to Lenegis and uncover the truth of what's unfolding here.
I take it you mean we might find a way to get rid of her thorns and she'll live?
It's certainly possible. Though I suspect the nature of the Sovereign is connected somehow.
So be it. I've already lost everything I had once. And I won't let it happen again. Shionne. No matter what happens from now on, we're right here with you. All of us are. You are not alone.
You guys... You're all so stubborn. Thank you, everyone. For right now, and a little while longer, I just want to hold on to this dream. And most of all, more than anything else, I want to be with all of you. So let's go. On to Lenegis.
The end of the world. It's hard to believe, isn't it?
I believe Shion is telling the truth. What about you?
As a friend, yes, I want to believe her. Everything that's happened seems to point towards some sort of great danger that's lurking ahead of us. Still, it's hard to fathom something that could usher outright doom to the world. That those really are the stakes we face.
No, I understand. Even Shion doesn't seem to know exactly what will happen to bring it all about.
We have so many pieces of the puzzle in our hands, so many clues, yet the complete picture eludes us.
So where do her thorns fit in then?
Well, I imagine they must sit at the very center of it all. You remember the voice we all heard while we were inside the wedge, don't you?
Yeah, I remember. It was the will of Dana's astral energy come to life. Or that's what we all thought.
Right. And from that, we're able to hypothesize how vast concentrations of astral energy can become sentient. Let's return to when we found Shion in Pelegion. When her thorns went wild, they contained far more astral energy than any mere Renin would normally have inside them.
So you think those thorns might be alive too? That their will is what keeps her from dying? But why would they want to destroy the entire world?
As for that, I really cannot say for certain. Its goals still remain a mystery. It may be a mere fluke that her maiden powers have been able to contain it thus far.
You know, I've noticed since we've met that you like figuring out riddles.
Can you blame me? When one realizes that the world they once thought to be true is but a mere facade, they can't help but seek the truth. Especially when that deception has led to others getting hurt.
Dohalim?
I imagine the remaining pieces of the puzzle that we seek rest somewhere within Lenegis. As for what the final picture will look like, who can say? I think it's best we not dwell on it too much for the time being.
Right.
How you holding up?
Who, me?
Yes, you. You took a hit from those thorns again, didn't you?
Oh, that? That was nothing.
Compared to what Shion's going through, you mean? Still, even if you yourself might be willing to endure that kind of pain, that doesn't mean Shion wants to have to see you get hurt by her thorns, you know?
Yeah, I know. I'll be careful.
Shion doesn't know how lucky she is to have you around, you know? Dashing in to save her at the last minute.
Yeah, very funny.
I'm being serious. You went up and held her close like you still had that mask on, and you didn't even bat an eye. She really needed that. That's what I mean when I said you saved her. Just like you did with the rest of us.
I just want for Shion what we all have. The ability to touch someone without the fear of killing them. Those thorns have robbed her of the kind of everyday things we all take for granted. And it's not right.
You can say that again. It may be normal for us, but that doesn't make it any less special or important for her. I hope she gets what she wants. I have my own dreams, but a world without her, where she dies so we can all survive, isn't a world I want to live in.
Agreed. It's like more and more keeps getting taken from her, and I'm done with it. Can't sleep?
After everything we just heard, how could I?
Fair enough.
Shion's had to deal with so much on her own. Even when we were all laughing and celebrating, she just kept quiet and didn't say anything. I thought she was keeping her distance because of her thorns. That it was because she didn't want to hurt anybody by getting too close. I just figured that that was the type of person she was, you know? But it turned out to be none of that. All this time, she felt like she had to die and sacrifice herself for the greater good. But even then, she didn't think she could say anything to us about it.
I know.
She was so alone this entire time. How could I call her a friend and yet be so completely blind to everything she was going through?
I'm sure it made her happy, knowing you were there for her.
You really think so?
Yeah, I do. If she didn't think of us as friends, I don't think she could have ever opened up to us like that. You were a good friend to her before, and you'll be an even better one now.
Yeah, I really hope so. I want to be the best I can for her. When you think about it, we were all alone in our own way. But over time, we've all found ways to let each other into our lives. I hope Shion's able to do that one day too. No, I mean, I hope she's able to do that more. Lots and lots more. I think it'd be really nice if we could all just be there to support each other when it really counts. And forget about our grudges and pain.
Rinwell.
Did you know?
You mean about Shion?
Yeah, I didn't have the slightest idea. I mean, every once in a while I thought something seemed a little off, but I never could have imagined. It's like a completely different world was spinning around me and I couldn't even see it.
You and me both. I mean, I knew something was bothering her, but I could never quite figure out what it was.
You? But you're the one always looking out for her, aren't you?
That's what I thought. But in reality, I didn't understand it all. What I thought was helping and being there for her was actually just driving her into a corner.
At least you figured it out in time, though, right?
I don't think we're out of the woods yet. But yeah, you're right. We brought her back from the edge, and we're going to stop those thorns from taking her. No matter what.
Yeah, with all of us together, there's nothing we can't handle. Shion, the world, we can save everyone. And I mean it when I say we, Alphen.
I know. No lone wolfing it.
Hey, you're the expert on what my dad would say. Do you think he'd pat me on the back or tell me off?
Zephyr, I don't think that he'd have that much to say, to be honest. You're your own man now, Law. And you've already made up your own mind about what you want.
I guess he couldn't say anything even if he wanted to.
Law.
Sorry. I guess those of us amongst the living have enough problems to deal with, don't we? We'll need all our strength to save Shion. I'll probably end up worrying again at some point, but I guess I'll think it over more then. That okay?
Yeah, I think it is. Hey, you doing all right?
I seem to cause nothing but worry. As much as I try to look like I have things under control, everyone still worries about me.
You're not the only one.
Hey, do you remember the first time you said I was your friend?
No? When was that? Sorry, I can't remember.
That's okay. It came so naturally to you, I'm not surprised you forgot. I was different back then. The Dahnans were not even people to me, and I knew I would always be alone. But in that room with Deadheim, when you called me your friend, it just shattered the wall that I'd built up around me. Because until that moment, I'd only seen you as a means to an end. I thought of you as a way to use the Blazing Sword, and to obtain the Renis Alma. But after that day, one time became two, and before I knew it, you'd made a habit of calling me and Dohalim your friends. It didn't matter that we were Renins. You cared about us as you would any other people. Then, everyone else started to call me their friend too. To think of me as their friend. Before then, I never even dreamed I could have that. I didn't want to die and lose you all. But I also didn't want to live if it meant you would all die in my place.
Shionne.
But then, I realized... I'd only really been thinking of myself that entire time. After saying how I felt, and hearing what you all had to say, I finally understood that. Don't worry, it's okay. I'm not planning on dying anymore. I've met too many people along the way who I truly care about to give in now. So I'll fight. For Dana and for myself. I'll fight against my fate to preserve our future. And I'll win, come hell or high water. I don't know how we're going to do it, but I won't let the world end because of me.
It's going to be a long, hard road ahead, Shionne. Our fight won't be over until everyone, both Dahnans and Renans, can finally live in peace. But I swear I'll be there with you, until the very end.
Thank you.
Remember what we learned back in Calaglia? There's no wall so high that we can't break it down.
Yeah. I think you may be right about that.
Everyone well rested? Then let's go. We depart for Lenegis.
Well, it's the moment of truth.
This lady better hold together once we're up in the air.
Law, don't say that! You're going to jinx us!
Speaking of which, Alphen, this bucket of bolts got a name?
A name? You know, I'm not sure she ever had one. I never really thought about it.
Well, after all the trouble we went through to find her, we should give her one, right? I was thinking something like...
Fall Knights.
Huh?
It means owl in the ancient tongue. Literally, the one drawn to the skies.
I like it. Sounds perfect for our little escapade.
Not sure I'm completely convinced, but... well, it's as good a name as any. From now on, she'll be known as the Fall Knights.
Okay, people. We have two goals. First, we need to get to Lenegis and make the Renans finally leave Dana alone. And then, we need to figure out the truth behind Shionne's thorns and find a way to save her. Sound good? All right. Then let's go.
You know, I can still hardly believe it.
Believe what?
I mean, just look at it. The whole of existence, crammed inside a tiny frame.
Now that you mention it, I guess you're right. It does look more like a painting than a living, breathing world.
From up here, all the struggles we've been through feel so insignificant.
Nothing like realizing how small you are to put everything into perspective. Kinda makes the differences between the Renans and the Danans feel pretty small too, huh?
How much longer until we reach Lenegis?
There are better ways to use your time than napping. We should take a moment to familiarize ourselves with the facilities on board before arrival.
Good idea. The starship may end up serving as our base of operations once we're down there. Think you'll be all right with the controls?
You mean the one set to automatic pilot? I dare say I'll manage. I'm basically just here to supervise.
In that case, she's all yours.
Everything okay, Shion? You seem a little different.
Different? Like in a bad way different?
No, not at all. You seem more driven.
Is something wrong?
No. I was merely thinking how it had been 7 years, that's all.
You mean since you became a lord and left Lenegis? I guess even someone like you can get homesick, huh?
I am as prone to sentimentality as any other. Tell me, though. You too have a history with Lenegis. A traumatic one, no less. This trip will probably mean facing up to some difficult emotions. Doesn't that frighten you?
Well, it is a place where I took the lives of countless people. I'd be lying if I said I hadn't thought about it. But I can't keep running forever. The past is what it is. There's no changing that. But the future's what we make it.
I see.
Dohalim?
Forgive me. I was wrong to pry. We have more pressing matters to address. Come back and speak to me when you finish looking around the ship.
We'll be going to Lenegis soon.
This must feel like a homecoming of sorts to you, huh? What was life on Lenegis like back then? You know, before you came to Dana.
Let's just say, I don't have many happy memories. I've had thorns my whole life, for as long as I can remember. They called it treatment, but in truth, they were just using me as a guinea pig for their research.
You mean, they experimented on you?
That's right. All I was to them was a riddle to solve. They poked and prodded me, trying to figure out what triggered my thorns or changed the form they took. Day in and day out, every single day, one test after another. I'm still surprised they didn't try to dissect me. The look they gave me whenever one of them touched my skin. How could I forget it? Reeling from the pain, like I was a monster or something. Some existence, huh? A blight on any I touched, helplessly complicit in their pain. I thought things couldn't get any worse, but then they did. I started to have nightmares, visions of the coming apocalypse. Is it any wonder I lacked a cheery disposition? Unable to so much as touch another soul. Loneliness was my best friend. Sure, I survived, but with the knowledge that one day I'd be swallowed up by oblivion. And that's when it hit me. If I was going to die, then it should mean something. If I have to sacrifice myself to save the world, so be it.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make you relive that.
No, it's fine. I'm in a much better place now.
You say it's your destiny to die so that others can live. But why not the other way around? Why shouldn't we be the ones dying to save you?
Are you crazy? Why would you sacrifice your life for...
That's exactly my point. Why should you have to give up your life just because you drew the short straw in the destiny stakes? How is that even right? It's that logic that's used to justify slavery, as if some of us were just meant to be sacrificed. This struggle was never about saving only ourselves. But that doesn't mean we have to give up our own lives to save everyone else's either. If we're doing this to protect people, if we're doing this to save the world from destruction, then that has to include saving each other as well.
A world free of sacrifice. That's what you've been fighting for all along, isn't it?
Not just me. We're in this together, remember? This fight is yours too, Xion. If we're going to win, everyone has to win. There can be no room for losers in this fight. Now I see it. The true nature of our struggle.
A victory without losers. But that means that a Dahnan victory over Rena can't be the end. Do you think we can pull it off?
You bet we can pull it off. We have to. It's the only hope we have of things ever changing.
Yeah, you're right. No one's ever changed the future without aiming for the stars. We can do this. Together.
Alphen, listen to this! So Law and I were just talking and...
Hey, shut up!
What's got Law all flustered?
Only that he's afraid of flying, the big baby. And after all that fuss he made about naming the ship, too.
Hey, I never said I was scared. I just think it's, you know, a little unsettling how we're going to be cruising through space in a glorified tin can. That's all.
It's a starship, dummy. That's what it's supposed to do. I don't think there's anything strange about it.
Well, maybe you're the one with the problem then.
Guys. I'm no expert, but I think we can trust Renan technology. It got me to Dana in one piece, remember?
Oh, that's a good point. If you think so, Alphen, it must be okay. Don't you agree, Law?
Hard to argue with that, seeing how you hitched a ride in one of these things before, Alphen. It's just wrong, okay?
You okay? Feeling airsick?
Actually, now that you mention it, not at all. These starships are a remarkably smooth ride, all things considered. Nothing like being at sea, thank goodness.
Glad to hear it. That device there caught your eye, huh?
I was just wondering what it is. It looks big enough to fit a person inside of it.
It's a healing pod. It fixes injuries and illnesses.
Oh, you don't say. That should definitely come in handy if any of us get injured while we're down there. Alphen? Was it something I said?
No, I was just thinking back to when I escaped Lenegis, that's all. What with the ceremony and losing control, I was a total mess. Naori laid me inside here.
So, you're saying you got in this thing straight after escaping? But that'd mean... you were inside for 300 years?
Yes, it sounds crazy, I know. But don't even ask me why I stayed asleep all that time.
That's definitely quite some lie-in, all right. But still, whether you meant to or not, I sure am glad that it's this century that you finally woke up in.
What do you mean?
With the amount of fighting we've done, we would have never made it this far without you. And not only that, but... Alphen, can you recall back to what it is that I said to you? Back when we left Menancia? About the dream of coexistence, and needing to learn what it entailed?
Of course. That's why you came with us, right? To learn what you couldn't at home.
Even in that time, I was well aware that what I was living was a lie. But at the same time, I also felt really compelled to fulfill my brother's wishes. I'll always remember him fondly. But the coexistence we're fighting for isn't for him. It's for people now, and those still to come. The world's bigger than just Menancia. My dream is for all Dahnans, wherever they might be, to be free. If I've learned anything on this journey, it's that. And the one who brought me along was you, Alphen. I'll forever be grateful to you.
Well, we're not out of this forest just yet. You should probably save your thanks. At least, until we've dealt with the Red Woman.
I know. But whatever we find when we get down there, I'm through looking the other way.
Kisara.
Probably getting a little ahead of myself, huh? Let's take things one step at a time.
Is everyone about ready? We'll soon be making preparations to land.
Before we do that, just what exactly should we expect when we get down there?
Kisara has a point. Now that I think of it, I don't know the first thing about Lenegis.
I'd like to hear more too. It's been centuries since I was last there, and they didn't exactly give me the grand tour.
Very well. First and foremost, Lenegis was the base of operations in charge of the crown contest on Dana. Of course, it also happens to be a city in its own right, complete with its own independent society. Its social structure is based on a strict hierarchy. Put simply, the strength of an individual's astral arts carries great weight.
Enough to determine someone's social rank, you mean? But astral arts are innate, right? So people's positions are fixed at birth.
They can be honed with the right training, and there are admittedly other factors at play. But yes, that's basically the gist. As a result, family lines that churn out lords and their contenders wield disproportionate influence and ability.
Those capable of only weak astral arts are effectively an underclass, denied the right to descend to Dana even if they wanted to. Still, being a Danan. Keep that in mind down there.
Thanks for the warning. As a lord, I am not!
Of course, separating people into castes based on something arbitrary like arts is discrimination at its worst. As if such simplistic criteria could ever be a measure of someone's worth.
So this Red Woman, are we expecting to find her on Lenegis?
I would wager so. Lenegis is too deeply involved in all this to discard the possibility. Chances are she's also connected to the Renis Alma being stolen from us in Pelegion.
If the Renis Alma is being used to exploit Dana, we need to take it back at all costs.
That Red Woman's got a lot to answer for. Just as well I've got a ton of questions.
We're about to land. The descent could be a little bumpy, so brace yourselves.
If there are clues about your thorns out there, Shion, we'll find them. There's no one here. I wasn't expecting a welcome mat, but still.
Lenegis's infrastructure is largely automated. Besides, people won't be expecting incoming traffic while the crown contest is still underway.
Do you think anyone realizes that we're here?
We may not have received a royal welcome, but I doubt our entrance went unnoticed. Don't let your guard down.
I really hope we don't have to fight anybody while we're here.
So now what? We've come all this way on a hunch that this Red Woman is here, right? And if we're lucky, the Renis Alma too. Any idea where we should start looking?
Forbidden? What are they hiding?
I don't know, hence my desire to find out. Fortunately, we just so happen to have a sovereign in our midst. The shape of a huge structure such as Lenegis would have required an immense source of power.
Then you think that source might have been the Renis Alma?
Precisely. Alphen said that he remembered the Renis Alma being used in the spirit channeling ceremony 3 centuries ago. Whatever the ceremony's purpose, if preparations are underway for it to be held once more, then the Renis Alma might be in the same place as last time, possibly together with the Red Woman. Hiding something of that worth in the residential quarters would only court trouble. In which case...
It stands to reason we should be looking somewhere normally out of bounds. Is that it?
Indeed.
But it's been over 300 years since I was made a sovereign. You can't seriously think I'll be able to waltz right into the place after all this time.
There's only one way to find out. If there's even a chance you can get us in, I say we give it a shot.
Shionne's right. Who knows? We might even find a clue to her thorns while we're at it.
All right. It's not like we're swimming in leads, so let's try to track down the Forbidden Zone. Beyond that...
Thinking about what could be lurking out here is giving me the heebie-jeebies.
For such a loudmouth, you sure can be a worrywart at times.
Oh, I'm sorry. How stupid of me for wanting us to stay safe.
Would you 2 children stop squabbling? Or do you want everyone to know we're here?
So how many Renins actually live in this place?
I couldn't tell you exactly, though not as many as you might expect. Machines and Zeugles take care of most of the city's basic functions.
There's Zeugles out here too, huh? Sounds like we can't afford to let our guard down after all.
Dohalim's fighting style is... what's the word I'm looking for? Subdued? No...
Do you mean elegant, perhaps?
Yeah, that's the word. For better or worse, you can definitely tell he's cut from posh Renin cloth.
And he's not just skilled with the staff either. He can also use astral arts, including healing ones. I can see how he made it to the position of a lord.
You flatter me. But my fighting techniques merely come from a style that aims to conserve energy by minimizing body movement.
Is that why you wait until the last second before you dodge attacks? To avoid unnecessary movements?
No, I do that to sharpen my senses. I find that doing so is an effective means of drawing out my innermost strength.
Oh yeah, I've noticed you look stronger and strike out with your rod more after you dodge attacks. Guess that's why.
Still, it's a risk. Don't you ever worry you'll dodge at the wrong moment?
Then, it'll be just as well.
Huh?
It's nothing. Let us continue.
I need something to eat.
What in the world?
This being Renan territory, I was prepared for a lot of things to look different. But this is a bit more than I anticipated.
Or two.
Maybe when they sent the wedge down to Dana?
But they wouldn't move around the places where people live. These are their homes, right?
I would think the citizens themselves didn't have much say in the matter. Either way, locating the Forbidden Zone just became that much trickier.
Dohalim? Is that you?
Avakir, I'm glad to see you're well.
So and these people?
So you haven't heard what happened on Dana, then?
Heard what?
Someone you know?
An old friend.
Hey, Dohalim, don't tell me you've started keeping company with...
They're with me. More importantly, what's happened here?
I'm really not sure. The city's foundations began to shift without warning, and now everything looks like this. We're all waiting for the Sovereign to tell us what's happening, but so far...
Avakir, listen to me. We're looking for the Forbidden Zone. Do you have any idea where we might find it?
The Forbidden Zone? What business could you possibly have there?
Trust me. The less you know, the better.
You're just the same as ever. I wish I could help, but what with the changed topography, I can barely locate my own home. Let alone the Forbidden Zone.
Very well. It looks like we'll have to find the way there ourselves.
Have you seen Faria yet?
No.
I see. Well, nothing much has changed with her. If anything, she's probably even more...
I can well imagine.
Why did you come back? You know it can only result in pain for you both.
I've no doubt of that.
You really are the same as ever. Fine, I understand. Just don't say I didn't warn you. And take care of yourself. Okay, Do?
So who's Faria?
Law?
If what Avakir said is true, it would seem the people of Lenegis are being kept in the dark about what's happening down on Dana.
They seem to be just as clueless about what's going on up here in their own world. Despite the fact that it's actually here that the wedge originally came from.
We need more information. Let's talk to the citizens, see what we can find out.
While we're at it, we can ask them about the Red Woman, too.
And don't forget about finding the way to the Forbidden Zone either.
Let's leave the talking to Shion. We can't have a bunch of Danans poking their noses around.
Good idea. I think that's for the best.
I shall assist.
You sure?
Being a lord on Lenegis has its advantages.
Right. Then we'll leave it to you two. The Danans among us should probably keep our heads down.
What if people freak out?
I shall explain it away by saying I'm leading you.
What are we, dogs?
Oh, dear me. What an unspeakable mess this has all become. Just look at the state of our city. Even the Zeugles have stopped heeding our commands. Whatever did we do to deserve this?
You really have no clue what might have caused this?
Would that I have. Alas, there was no warning, no prior decree. His Highness must have deemed it unnecessary for us to know. We have no choice but to grin and bear it. But do my eyes deceive me? Could I really be standing in the presence of his lordship, Dohalim of the House Ilkaris? I believed he was on Dana.
Your eyes do not deceive you. It is I, one and the same. I have returned to fulfill a special duty, the details of which I cannot divulge.
As your lordship wishes. First Lenegis mutates beyond recognition, now this unexpected visit. The Sovereign's plans are inscrutable indeed. The Ilkaris House has produced a great many lords over the centuries. I shall be praying for your victory in the latest crown contest.
Your good wishes do me an honor.
Your lordship! Oh, what a great honor it is to finally meet you. I descended to Dana during the last crown contest also. Alas, when the contender I was backing failed to clinch the title, I returned. I witnessed the deaths of so many slaves.
Indeed.
Sorry to interrupt, but we're looking for a woman dressed all in red. Have you seen anyone of that description?
All red, eh? No, I can't say I remember anyone like that. I imagine she'd stand out somewhat, too.
Yeah. What about down on Dana during the crown contest? You didn't see anyone like that hanging around the lord you were serving?
What's with all these questions? I've never seen her, okay? Not recently or otherwise. Why do you want to find her anyway?
Never mind. Forget I asked. Sorry to take up your time.
I wonder just how many people have been saved by Xion in some form. I'm impressed.
There's rumors flying around.
Is everything okay? You look a little lost.
Hmm? Oh, yes. I can't seem to find my way home, is all. I was just about to make my umpteenth attempt at a new route.
I was hoping to head this way myself. The situation is a real pain, huh?
I suppose the Sovereign knows best. I daren't stay here too long, though. A lower caste can only linger around these parts for so long before I outstay my welcome. I was hoping to avoid it, but maybe I'll have to go that way after all.
You mean you know another way round?
Lord Dohalim Ilkaris! But how? Last I heard, you were in Dana competing in the crown contest.
Yes, strange, isn't it? If you know another route, we'd be grateful if you could tell us.
But of course. Please forgive me. There's a wall that sprung up ahead of here, with what looks to be an entrance in it. I thought maybe it was a passageway between the different quarters, but I've no way of knowing for sure.
It's worth investigating, at least. I shall go and assess the situation. In the meantime, wait for me here. If it looks safe, I'll come and let you know.
You'd really do that for me? A lord troubling himself for someone of my lowly status?
Our lot in life is of little consequence. We are both Renin, first and foremost.
Oh, why yes, my lord. Thank you.
Well, we've canvassed the city for information. What do you think?
No one has the faintest idea what's happened to the city after all. They haven't heard the news about the crown contest either.
You'd think that info would easily find its way up here. Has it always been like that?
Not to this extent, which would indicate that something's suppressing the truth, that Lenegis is under some kind of control.
Given everything that's happened to their city, the people here seem weirdly okay with it all.
Yeah, that one guy even said Zoogle had stopped listening to him. If that's true, these people are in big trouble.
Everything that happens here is attributed to the Sovereign's will. It's the way people have been conditioned. Their belief runs deep. Nothing happens devoid of a reason. To them, it's all part of the Sovereign's grand plan.
The Sovereign's plan. There is one thing I'm still not sure about. Just who is this person ruling over Lenegis?
The Sovereign, of course. He rules from Rena while presiding over both Rena and Lenegis.
Without the lords or anyone in the middle doing his dirty work? Isn't Rena at least the same size as Dana? That's a pretty big dominion for one person to rule over. I would have thought ruling Lenegis alone would be difficult enough.
The points you make are valid, though I confess I'd never given it much thought before. Here, the Sovereign's total authority is as natural as night turning to day. Come to think of it, I know nothing of the nature of how Rena itself is. Xion, have you ever been... No, forgive me. Have you met or crossed paths with, or even heard of someone who's actually made a visit to the homeland?
No, I haven't.
Neither have I. In which case, I would imagine that... But no, surely not. Can it really be that no citizen of Lenegis has ever been there?
Hold up, what are you getting at, Dohalim?
Assuming what I believe to be correct, it's possible that no one on Lenegis has ever laid eyes on the actual Renin homeworld itself. No one but the Sovereign, that is.
But what about trade and communication? There's got to be a flow back and forth, surely.
Not if the Sovereign is imposing his will on Lenegis single-handedly. It could be a one-way street.
But I thought you said that the Sovereign's all the way over on Rena. If that's the case, can he really rule directly over Lenegis from so far away? What if something were to happen to the city, like now?
I'm beginning to wonder what the nature of this Sovereign even is. Alphen said he was forced into the role, right? Just before the ceremony. But Sovereign is also the title given to the almighty Renin ruler. So which one is it?
Whoever wins the crown contest inherits the throne from his or her predecessor, before becoming ruler over all of Rena and Lenegis. Thereafter, That individual is known as the Sovereign. Though, it would appear that the current ruler has gone silent. As for how Volron factors into all this, at this point, I no longer know what to believe.
3 centuries ago, I became the Sovereign here on Lenegis. No, not just became, I was forced to. Me, a Dahnan. 300 years later, we cross paths with Volron, who also bears the Sovereign's crest. That's not the only thing we have in common. We both became Sovereign without winning the crown contest.
Do you think Volron was made Sovereign for the same reason? Because of that ceremony?
I can't say for sure, but it certainly sounds like it.
But that would mean that 2 sovereigns would need to exist at any one time. One whose job it is to rule, and the other for ceremonial purposes. We never did see Volron's body back in Ganath Haros. Is a new ceremony underway with Volron at its center this time? Could that be what's causing all this strange activity here?
Wait a second. You don't think Volron and the Red Woman are working together, do you? The ceremony can't go forward without the Renis Alma. The same one that the Red Woman stole.
There's something else the ceremony needs. A maiden. And unless there's another one out there aside from me...
Questions, questions, and yet more questions. Ones that it seems will remain unanswered, until we can establish the Sovereign's identity.
If the Forbidden Zone really is off-limits to everyone but the Sovereign, that seems as good a place as any to start. For the sake of liberating Dahna, too.
Then it's decided. That's where we need to go.
One of the citizens mentioned a passage that she thought might lead to another section of the city. It could point us in the right direction. Let's go find it! I didn't realize Renans oppressed their own kind, too.
And yet, weirdly, none of them seem to mind. Am I the only one who finds that strange?
It is the way things have always been, so no one thinks to question it. You have experience in that regard yourself, do you not?
Unquestioning acceptance of your own servitude. Yeah, that sounds about right.
Even so, the quality of life here seems much higher than any Dahnan city we visited. I used to think it was impossible to build an ideal society without wealth. But I suppose having it doesn't always mean people are treated fairly either.
More to the point, Not a single citizen seems to have even heard of the Red Woman.
What if she's not here? What if it turns out we're looking in the wrong place entirely?
It's still too early to say anything for sure.
For all we know, she might be able to blend in, move around unnoticed. I say we hold off judgment until we've exhausted every avenue.
With nobody left to run the show, I wonder what the people here are supposed to do. I'm
and
Yep.
Balseph had it in him to care about someone other than himself? Really?
It's possible. A change in position can do much.
I guess she intended to spread it throughout all of Lenegis then.
Good thing the lines were down so she couldn't.
It almost sounded like she was praising them too.
Maybe there was more to the guy than at first glance.
I shall...
What?
Ganabelt was so horrible to people. Yet he was invested in helping Rena succeed. Doesn't that seem just a little inconsistent?
I'm perhaps biased in this matter, I admit. However, in my mind, while all lords vie to become the next sovereign, they're also meant to serve as guardians of all of Rena.
It seems like Ganabelt also had people he cared about until the very end.
So why couldn't he extend that to us Danans?
Pardon.
This area doesn't look as badly damaged as that other district we went through.
Indeed. The effects of Lenegis' transformation appear to be less pronounced here.
Ridvoga! I guess her willingness to stoop to any low came from a survival of the fittest worldview.
And some people here not only shared her belief, but championed it as morally right too.
That doesn't make it true. Too bad they couldn't see through her.
Yeah.
It seems like the people on Lenegis don't really know much about Volron either.
I remember being quite surprised when the Lord of Ganath Haros changed so abruptly.
Didn't you have any doubts that something suspicious was going on?
On the contrary. Remember, we Renans are raised to accept everything at face value.
When you think about it, the families of Renan lords must see them differently than the rest of us.
Yeah, despite the brutality they're known for.
They must have had a lot on their shoulders, carrying all the weight and responsibilities of Renan society.
Renans live in a world where strength and power determine their position in the social hierarchy, so they tend to grow up fiercely competitive. But their loyalty to their people is also strong. It's what brings them together against outside forces, and nothing exemplifies that more than the Lords.
That's what makes them the guardians of all of Rena, so to speak.
Right. It's the same reason Balseph hated my guts, and Ganabelt went after you. Because we're threats to Rena.
Guess that makes you an even bigger oddball than we thought.
So, Alphen, have you gained anything from all of this?
Yeah. I think it's made me realize that the Lords were all people, too. Balseph and the others, they all had their own circumstances to deal with as they went through life.
Yeah, but still, just because they had loved ones in their lives doesn't mean...
I know. What they did was horrible. I'm not trying to dispute that. But at the same time, they weren't incomprehensible monsters either. They were individuals, just like the rest of us. So I guess what I'm trying to say is...
You're saying that they weren't bad because they were Renans, or because they were terrible monsters. Even if they did terrible things, they were still just people.
Rinwell.
Am I wrong?
Not at all.
Being a Dahnan doesn't make you a good person. And being a Renan doesn't make you a bad one. I think that's something we've all seen.
Shionne and Dohalim definitely make a good case for it.
And I'm going to keep doing my best to make sure I earn that trust. As a fellow human being above all else.
There's something I just don't get.
What is it?
The crown contest itself has always gone ahead as planned, right? In which case, the current Sovereign of Rena should be whoever it was that won the previous contest.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So, who was it then?
Hanfried Milgras, the former Lord of Cyslodia, if memory serves.
So then this Hanfried whatchamacallem, he's the current ruler of Rena?
The last I heard, yes. Though, admittedly, I haven't actually seen him since the end of the previous contest.
You're saying that ever since becoming Sovereign, he's never actually shown himself on Lenegis?
I guess over Holocom maybe, but not in the flesh. Same thing goes for the Sovereign that came before him.
Now that you mention it, I don't recall anyone ever visiting Lenegis from the Motherland, Sovereign or otherwise.
And that never struck you as a little bit odd?
When you live here, it's as if you're conditioned not to notice all these strange quirks and discrepancies. The question is then, by whom? And to what end?
A new Renis Alma is supposedly created to coincide with every crown contest, meaning each victor is awarded their very own. In other words, if that's true, there should be as many of the things out there as there have been contests.
True, but going on what we witnessed in Pelegion, it didn't look like the sort of thing that could be made to order. But if even the victor's speeches have been part of some grand deception, then where are they? Quite frankly, I'm not even sure what to believe anymore.
You and me both. Though we are Renan by blood, neither of us even knew that such a thing as a Dark Master Corps existed, remember?
With any luck, the Forbidden Zone might give us some answers.
No use standing around here chatting about it then. Let's get a move on.
Doe?
Faria.
Faria? Isn't that the person that Avakir guy was...
But why are you here? Wait, don't tell me you've given up on the crown contest and come crawling back home from Dahna already. Nothing to say? Even though you were willing to kill Tarnagin to secure your position as Lord, you still... kill?
I'm here to take care of something. If you wish to continue this conversation, I only ask that you wait until I'm finished.
Oh, of course. You always did prefer to take the coward's way out. Even after 7 years and living on that Dahnan rock, you haven't changed one bit. But let me tell you, I haven't changed either. Not a day's gone by the past 7 years that I haven't hated you.
If killing me will bring you peace, then so be it.
Dohalim, what the hell are you saying?
First, I have business to take care of. If it's vengeance you seek, I will grant you it. But you must wait. My sins are legion. Let me finish what I came to do. Then you have my word. I will let you do whatever brings you peace.
Sure, that's it. Run away like always. You don't even have the courage to die. No wonder you leave it to someone else. You're just a coward!
Dohalim.
I apologize that you had to witness that.
Is it true? What she said about you killing someone?
Each of us have our pasts. I am no exception.
Before, back in Menancia, you mentioned having taken a friend's life over the throne. Is that what she meant?
The mistakes I made there were not my first, and may not be my last. I will say no more.
Did you mean what you said? About letting her take your life if she wanted to?
She has more right to my life than anyone.
But you can't just...
Whatever happens, I have sworn to put an end to the crown contest, and to ensure continued coexistence in Menancia. I have no intention of expiring before I do so. There are far too many questions I still seek answers to. Besides, you have just as much reason to kill me as she does.
Dohalim!
Forgive me. Some things are best left unsaid.
Tell me, Dohalim, has that skill of yours got a name?
And what skill would this be, pray tell?
You know, when you're talking to people around town. The way they suddenly become putty in your hands.
I'm afraid I don't quite follow.
I do. It's called friendly intimidation. Look imposing and speak in a deep, booming voice, and presto, you'll have people wrapped around your finger in no time.
I would never stoop to such scandalous tricks. Any feelings of intimidation are solely in the eye of the beholder.
So there is a knack to it! How do you learn it? Can anyone do it?
Now you've got me curious. Is there special training to master?
Let's see. An obsession with being elegant is a must. Oh, and it helps to be old-fashioned, too. Bonus points if you speak in a way no one can understand.
If you've a bone to pick with me, it'd be quicker to just come out and say it.
What? They look up to you, that's all. I'm just helping them along.
Hey! What's got into Alvin and Law all of a sudden?
I can barely understand a word they're saying. And what's with the weird poses? Was it something they ate?
I hope you're willing to take the blame for this one.
I wasn't expecting them to take me so seriously. I'll go and have a word with them.
What could be so important? It's worth destroying people's livelihoods and homes in the process. It's just... unbelievable. Uprooting an entire city as if it were mere building blocks. Someone's got an awful lot of questions to answer.
From how it looks, they must be siphoning off astral energy from Dana, and then sending it to Rena.
But why do all this? What for? Surely they can't be using all that energy for the crown contest.
Whatever their purpose, disrupting their siphoning process alone won't be sufficient. Not while we still don't know what their endgame is.
He's right. We need to stop this from happening ever again.
This Forbidden Zone might be where we find some answers, right? So what are we waiting for? Let's get moving!
You heard him. We don't have time to stop and chat. Let's move.
So, I've been wondering, do you think when Lenegis was built, it was even made with people living here in mind?
What do you mean?
Well, none of this happened by coincidence, right? They must have designed it to transform like this. But then, if they knew people were going to live here, You'd think they would have taken that into consideration, to avoid all this chaos.
Ordinarily, yes. You'd think so. Trust me, as far as we were concerned, Lenegis was our home, nothing more. No one knew about all this. It makes you wonder whether the city was just built on as an afterthought. But if so, to what exactly?
Sorry. That probably sounded weird, huh?
Not at all. Sometimes it takes an outsider's eye to help you notice what you've been missing all along. This place is a mystery, that's for sure. Something tells me we'll find answers where we're going, though.
Yeah, you're right, Shion. I'm sure we will. Wow, this place is beautiful!
Yeah. It must be some sort of rest and leisure area for the locals.
You think? Man, these Renin sure know how to live it up, don't they?
Is something the matter, Dohalim?
Before I went down to Dana, my friends and I, we used to gather at this very spot and play music together. Avakir, Faria, and Tarnagin. That was a lifetime ago now.
Tarnagin. He was the one that Faria mentioned, right?
He was once my dearest, closest friend. As well as Faria's betrothed. Despite Faria's lower-class upbringing, she possesses a tremendous talent for music. Entranced by her playing, I helped her overcome her sense of inferiority and introduced her to Tarnagin and Avakir. It was a time of great joy. 4 people bound only by their love of music, with no care for social standing. Only the next song, the next melody.
friendship based on mutual respect, and a society where everyone is a prisoner to their social class. You really are different, Dohalim.
I suppose it's natural you would see it as strange.
I would have, once. Now, I think the idea of breaking away from society's constraints and choosing your friends based solely on affection is something beautiful that's worth cherishing. Besides, it was that way of looking at the world that laid the foundations for coexistence in Menancia.
Your praise does me too great an honor. I was merely following the wishes of my own heart. And even then, it only lasted until the crown contest began. After that, Tarnagin and I became fierce competitors for the position of Lord. Tarnagin had fallen for Faria. By becoming Lord, he aimed to wrest her from her humble origins and raise her to the highest echelons of society. But fate was not so benevolent.
What happened?
Tarnagin was no match for me in combat. On a level playing field, he wouldn't have stood a chance. But he was desperate and low on options, and he couldn't stand the thought of defeat.
You mean he resorted to dirty tactics to try to win, right? But then why does Faria think... Wait, don't tell me she doesn't know.
How could I tell her? Combined with the trauma of losing her beloved, and by her friend's hand, no less, she would have been devastated.
So instead you let her go on hating you, so she could use that hate as a crutch for her grief?
That's not the same as running away, though.
It is exactly the same. Unable to face the loss of my friend and the burden of my duty, instead I decried my fate and looked away from what I'd done. As for what happened after, that you already know.
But if you hadn't become Lord, Menancia wouldn't be what it is now. The Dahnans there would still be suffering under Renan oppression like before.
Shionne's right. What other lord would have treated me as you did? Anyone else and I would have been dead long ago. You've saved so many people, Dohalim. You saved me. It's thanks to you that I'm here today. So, try not to blame yourself. The burden you've placed on your own shoulders is too much for anyone to bear.
Frank as always. But I shall do my best to heed your advice.
Do you think he'll be all right?
Yeah, I think so. He's got Kisara.
It's important to have someone like that.
I didn't realize how difficult it is just to be there for someone.
Sometimes just knowing someone's on your side can be enough. And he knows, Shionne. I promise he does.
I hope you're right. Alphen.
Yeah?
I never appreciated until recently just how much you were always there to support me.
It goes both ways. You've helped me keep going more times than I can count.
Maybe. I still wanted to say thank you.
I see a medic in some... Fly officer over there.
Good. After Master...
Damn it! Lenegis soldiers!
Any way we can avoid fighting them?
That all depends on them. Whatever happens, be ready.
Well, so much for them not wanting to fight.
Oh! I am Lord Dohalim of Elder Menastia. I command you.
Threats to the city must be erased.
No. Have they been brainwashed too?
Brainwashed or not, if they want to fight, they... Got one.
Its armor's too strong.
Split it open!
Be my guest.
Now you see what I can do!
Not today! Demon Fang! I'm ready! Go me! In an instant! Impact Block! My turn! You're mine!
Sleep now.
Demon Fang! Rising Wyvern! Mirage!
Bloody hell!
Astral coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno! Take it! We're not finished! Fire in the wing! Demon Fang!
Sleep now.
Fire in
Flame! Vanish without a trace!
Demon Fang! Here I come! It's
Lightning orb!
Ignite!
More with that
Demon Fang!
You require a
Those soldiers seem different from the citizens we've come across so far.
Yeah, they weren't big talkers, that's for sure. They just attacked without warning.
They weren't in the least bit fazed by Dohalim's presence either.
Indeed. They seem to recognize us as enemies, nothing more. And yet, traditionally, Lenegis hasn't been high on threats. A few frenzied Zeugles during experiments here and there, but not much else.
The Red Woman, the Sovereign, and Volron. We're starting to develop quite the growing list of adversaries. At least we'll know to keep our wits about us.
Those soldiers don't seem to have any qualms about attacking on sight.
Is someone making them stand guard over the Forbidden Zone?
Get lost!
Dead from the wind! Can't get out of this! Try harder!
Here's the evil!
Not my watch! I think I'll pass on the hand.
Armor won't save you!
I'm ready!
Here I go! They smite with blinding blade! Demon Fang! You're mine! Execution! Demon Dawn! Demon... Fang! Eat dirt! Elusive Demon! Demon Fang! Demon Fang! Eagle Ray! I'm not done!
Healing circle! Far whirling struggle!
Demon Fang!
Wind!
Here I
Pull
come!
myself
Demon
together.
Fang! Demon Fang! Death from the wind!
Scream,
Demon Fang! Rending you apart! Bloody howling!
Anything
in order!
in a vine?
Demon Dawn! Eat dirt! Demon Fang! From the wind! I can carve through armor! Here I come! They smite with Demon Fang! You're finished! Execution! Demon Fang!
Marksman handle the violent darting wind.
Demon Diffuse! Demon Fang! Try harder! Demon Fang! Coming through! Ha! Melt! Scarlet Inferno! Ha! Burn! Ready and ready! This one keeps charging us! Take
That's
this!
what my shield's for. Get behind me.
I'll leave it to you.
Astral energy!
Say no more.
We're still standing. Barely.
An opponent like this should be easy. Engaging! No further! Demon Fang! Here I come! Demon Fang! I won't show you any mercy! Demon Fang! Demon Fang!
Leave the ensnaring to me.
Yeah! Now, to me! In an instant! Impact Claw! Demon Fang!
Violent darting wind.
Demon Fang! Elusive Deity! Demon Fang! Demon Fang! Blast it! Impact Rock!
By the power of flame! Vanish without a trace! Whirl!
Demon Fang!
Light explosion!
Small, but a victory nonetheless.
We have a long way yet to go.
This must be it. The entrance to the Forbidden Zone.
But it's just a wall. How do we get through?
Whoa, we? I thought this was Sovereigns only.
Alphen.
Yes! It opened!
Interesting. If Alphen's presence still opens the way, it would seem the Sovereign of 3 centuries ago and now are considered one and the same.
What?
What the?
Alphen.
You again.
Tomorrow's the spirit channeling ceremony. We'll finally play our parts as the Sovereign and Maiden. How have you been feeling?
What am I sovereign of? Shuffled from lab to lab, always treated like an experiment. Whenever they look at me, all they see is a Dahnan. I don't even know what their precious ceremony's for. Let alone what they're going to force me to do as the Sovereign. Tell me, if we're both in the same boat, why do you seem so calm right now?
No choice. Becoming the Maiden's not something I wanted for myself. But they said Rena's prosperity depended on it. How could I say no after that?
Still, as a Renan, at least you got to decide. Good for you. Meanwhile, I was taken from my homeland. You aren't the captive one here.
It isn't right what they did to you, and I'm sorry for what it's worth. When this is over, I swear I'll help you get home. I can't do this alone. One more day.
How could I say no to that? It's not like I have any choice in the matter anyway. So, what's your name?
It's Naori. Naori Imaris. Try to remember this time.
You don't act like them. Like the other Renans, I mean. How come you treat me like a person?
Because you are. It's true we come from different worlds. But neither one of us asked to be here right now. In that sense, you and I are much the same. We couldn't do this. We wouldn't be able to talk to each other as people if we didn't see the humanity in each other.
So I suppose the question you should be asking is, why wouldn't I treat you like one?
You're not like the others.
Maybe they're not like me.
Here's what we'll do. We give them their damn ceremony. You get me to Dahna. That'll be the end of it. I'm taking you at your word on this. I'm trusting you, not them. Naori.
What the hell just happened?
That vision. Did everyone else see it too?
That person Alphen was speaking to. She looked exactly like Shion.
It was Naori. Naori Imeris. Isn't that right?
Yeah, that's right.
She really does look like Shion. I'm beginning to see why Alphen was so confused.
That's all very well and fine, but what did we just witness exactly? It was too real to be a mere hallucination.
It was a conversation.
You mean all of that really happened? We just saw an episode straight out of your past?
But how is that even possible? Unless... Could this be the Red Woman's handiwork too?
No, I don't think so.
Why not?
You guys didn't feel it? The moment the entrance opened, it was like a stream of Dahnan astral energy rushing over us.
I felt it too. And not for the first time either. It was the same sensation as back inside the wedge.
That would make sense. After all, vast amounts of Dana's astral energy were being siphoned and sent up here to Lenegis.